Wah! 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 Ah! Well, am I here? Am I gone? Am I still on the bus? I do not know. Hi! Welcome! Happy Wednesday! Time to get some art done. All right. Where am I gonna put this? Jesus. Headset. What are you doing? Huh? What is this headset doing? Why are you doing this to me? Stop it. Thank you. All right. I think we're good to go. Pen. Pen. I need you over here. I need you here. Let me see. Also, why is everything so loud compared to my voice again? Ah, it's because I'm having a double. I'm having a double for myself. Nice. There we go. There we go. Open Sesame. Clip Studio Paint. Open Sesame. Oh, don't need that. Oh. What do I want to work on today? Got the thumbnail. Got the thumbnail. Also, capture window. There we go. Okay, so I got I have my thumbnail for the YouTube video. I haven't finished editing that one. Got the fan art. Oh, wait, I should check my task list. Because I do believe you also have some emotes. Why is my screen so dark? Stick with me. Got the 6 fan art, got the task emotes. In that case, I believe okay, so it's not that easy to find there. Create a folder, emotes by me. Don't have a new work file. Let's just see. So we have Hyper Glow Stick, which is an animated one. Which still needs to be done. The banhammer, the wave, stands, we have the lurking, the wow, the hug, the drinking boba, we have the cat face, Tom, Tom? Who was Tom again? Punching glove punch? A boxing glove punch. Yeah, that would be more of like a full without the fingers. Money face. Why would I want a money face? A doll face? Instantly turns me off. Don't know. The shrimp one, I do want clapping headbang. Normal ones would be what would a lurking emote be? I think the wave we would be able to do, no, not the wave, the hybrid glow stick one. I think we'll be able to do that in a simplified format, even if it is a figure. I think that's just what we're gonna have to go with. Do I have a custom for animated sticker? I do not. I do not. Then what was the size? Hold on. Emote by me. What was the size of this one? Of course it was toned down, but what was the official one? Is that just not possible? Open sesame when I tell you to. 2x2 at 300. Okay. So that means we make a new one and we go 2x2 at 300. Color. And we go glow stick. Can almost rename it. Oh shit. Save this. Yeah, nice. Now I don't have to think. Bum 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 da 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 do 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 do. If it's gonna be animated, I don't want a lot. I don't want a lot of details. Question is, should I use my blob? Should I use my blob for that? Oh. Let's just say I want to keep it that. Maybe I should have opened this as a animation instead. 2x2, 300. It's probably what I used for jelly last time. Let's just say emote Twitch. We're going with this. Need some keyframes though. Don't really need this. There's so much going on. Alright. What do we have here? What if I do this up here instead? If I do that. Oh yeah, that's right. So if we delete this one, then this one becomes visible. What if I do this? No. New animation cell, animation folder, no. New cell, thank you. animation. Show animation cells. Enable onion skin. Thank you. So what if I move this hand out here with this? And then we, oh, got ads running. What happens if I duplicate this one? Yes, be shown in canvas. How simple animation life can be. All right, let's break these up a little bit. And then close this one in. Mm. So what if between the ones that are in the air, yeah, how do I do that? If I do this, pause, 1, 2, side, 1, 2, pause, 1, 2. Hello, Aki. Peak animation right there. I'm just figuring out both the keyframes, but also like the timing. So I figured that since I mentioned this in Constream just earlier while I was on the bus, but yeah, for 2D animation like this, having simple figures is a lot easier to deal with. I'm contemplating on whether or not some of the other ones should be more simplified, even though I have a character, like an actual figure of Taz, for example, that will be doing something else. Whether the detailed version or the detailed part of it should be more or less static, but then have something else happening with the animation. Usually I like full body, like figure animation for everything that's happening instead of like having only like smaller things here and there. But we'll see. I kind of want... I need a pause. Question is, should it be starting with this one though? Maybe this one should be the beginning? And then this one have 1, 2. There's like 1, 2 there for pause, and then it goes back down. But it goes fast up again. Pause 1, 2. A little better, but not what I was looking for. No. So if it's upright, 1, 2, doom, doom, 1, 2, doom, doom, 1, 2, doom, doom. One, two. Might need a third one. Go up. And then it goes over. Yeah, we might need a third one. A thought just hit me. What if both arms were to go like in circles? So you would move your right arm in a circle in front of you first, and then the other one comes over when the first one has passed and like is about to go like down and up again. The other one comes in over and crosses, and then they just like continue in circles. Oh boy, if only I had those master skills. That would be pretty sweet. It is just simple animations though. But overthinking it is definitely not a trait that I want. It's also going to go outside like that. That's also because they're moving in a diagonal version. Like everything on the body is moving, even the body itself. What if? What if? Let's just scrap these. How does one scrap animation cells in here? Delete. Delete. Put you first. Delete. No. Delete everything then. There we go. So let's say oh, that's interesting. All right. Well, let's say we have this. I can put you down a bit. Level you. So you're probably going to be on the level playing field here with the others. So if I go back up here and say I want first arm. Let's say we do arm 1. And then I want this to go from this. To go. up here. So then so it's starting like that. That means after this one, we can do another basic. That brings us back up. And then it will naturally... Okay. Without the pause. At the very least, frame by frame, and it's maybe the angle of how fast it's moving is a bit much, but it looks incredibly smooth, even if I do this. Even that tiny in between movement, you know, it's like the air flicks, just like you see in manga. That's like simplifying. Oh, it's moving fast. Let's see. If I have, let's see, from this one and then up, these two have to be close together. If I take these two, move them down here next to each other, then I would have the, no, that one. This one would still have to be close to this one. These two. The black one moves back up again. What is this gonna look like? Because that one is naturally gonna have a pause, so that doesn't mean much. What is this gonna look like? A little better. At least now we have some pause. What happens if I move them? One, two, three. Instant. 1, 2, 3. Wait, I only had 2. I needed 3. One, 2, 3, yeah. And then we have this one. One, 2, 3. A little bit more lacking. So 2 is the sweet spot. All right. 2 is the sweet spot. 1, 2. Yeah, that's the sweet spot. Now then, we want a second animation folder, and we want to do the same thing, but with the different one. But with the other arm. Animation folder. I want to call this arm 2. This is the first time I'm working with like several folders as well. I usually do everything on the same layer. But if you want to work with different timings for different body movements or different things happening, it can be easier to separate them. At the end of the day, when you're done with it, you will have the option to also isolate some of the, what do we call it? When you go into rendering and you have to do flats, you have to do shadows, you have to do highlights, and you have to do all the special effects and that kind of stuff. It becomes easier to insert that in between some of the layers if you divide them. New animation folder. So essentially we want to do the same thing but for the other one. So if this one is placed there, do I want a different timing for the other arm, or should I just keep it simple? I think people would just want to keep it simple. This is another thing that see, this is another thing. You can make it look like it's even more exaggerated. In fact, I need to see what this actually looks like. And then was it this one? Ba-dam-bam, ba-dam-bam. Oh. So this one can still be there. That means it won't be as much over. Kind of works. Doesn't look off. At least for the key animations, the movement is working. And what I can do is move them up and closer together so that they remain within frame. Okay. That means I need this one. All of this, if I can have that a little bit closer to the top of the head. And this other one. As well. What is this going to look like? It kind of looks smooth, right? And even with this, like just having the keyframes, I can see that the second one I made with a bit of like dramatized curves to like, what do you call it, a glow stick? It looks a little bit more dynamic, a little bit more lively with the dramatic bendings to it. So I think I'll keep that in and actually add that in on the first one too. For the keyframes, it's smooth. Now for the body, I think it would be really cool if we could have this, if we could have the body not be static, but the body moving up and down. It's like kind of like a sponge. And then even with the keyframes, but then they would be moving with the body up and down, depending. Oh, it's gonna be a little bit more spicy. Gonna be a little bit more spicy. More spicy. Spicy. Third one. Let's get the third animation folder in. Oh. Yeah, let's put this one up here and keep the body down below. Body. And the body, of course, I would want... What is the beat? It's just like boom, 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 boom. Would that be every 2 frames, I think? So an up and down, up and down, up and down, every 2 frames. So that would be static going to up, static going to down. Okay. Not sure how I'm gonna go about that, but let's see. Let's see what we can do. Let's keep the eyeballs of this one off so that we can focus on the body. So let's see. If I have this blob here working, and then I want every 2 frames, I want the body to maybe Maybe go a little bit more stretched. That's not gonna work. No. I cannot make the blob bobby the way that I want it to. Why is it so difficult? You would think that a blob body is the easiest on earth. It is not. And then we go back to the basic shape. The basic blue one. And for another 2, we'll come down a little bit more squished. And then we have another 2 frames. Actually, a frame too much. Somewhat similar, up and then squashed. What does this even look like? A very, very weird blob. A very weird blob. A very weird blob. Not as smooth as the other ones, but it's more difficult to do it this way. Wacky wonky. It's also because I'm doing it the... Wait, can I do something with you? That's a little better. The last one was more wonky. Actually looks like it's walking. Blob rave. This is going to be the actual glow sticks instead of like jelly rave. So a little bit more of the classic hype cheer. If you want the glow sticks to change color as well, that can be done too. Because I figured out how it worked the last time. And the more frames that we're working with, yeah, kind of similar to that, like cheering. But here, with the glow sticks as well, I figured out how to do the light shift. Because that was the biggest issue that I ran into the last time. I honestly, for the life of me, could not figure out how to do a smooth gradient of the colors. But turns out you just have to shift it with each and every frame, and then it looks smooth naturally, because if it's fast shifting, it does that a lot easier. Now, the way that I set it up for the Jelly Rave was not as good as I wanted it to be. So I had to make sure that the colors were not shifting on their own, but I had to match the shifting with the amount of frames that I had. So for a smoother transition, for example, I would have had to pick out an exact number of color changes that would have matched the frames, and then I could have made its own track easier. But because I didn't have, I think I had too many frames, but I didn't have enough for like 2 rounds of a full rainbow. So I had to like space them out and make the color transition seem even slower. That was a difficult thing. It was a very difficult thing. I did not know. Also, mind you, I've never attended any form of animation course. I am just messing around with this program on my own. If any lurkers out there are sitting there watching me doing my own thing, you're probably going to be screaming at me and be like, "Why are you doing this? Why are you not doing that?" Because I don't know. I don't know. I'm just having fun, okay? Animating shit is fun. I took the plunge the first time around when I tried out with my OCT home. And then Jelly being the second and official product I actually made to finish was my second attempt at animating, and this is my third. So I'm really doing baby steps here. It's nothing extremely fancy. I am nowhere near doing like extreme animations for like bigger projects with the backgrounds and whatnot in it. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So, this looks silly. Now comes the question of us having to match. So here it looks fine. Then we go to the second frame. And I would then need to have, which arm am I working with here? I'm working with this one. So this one would have to be a bit more up here. And then this one would have to be here. And for this one, I would also have to move up here. This one, there. And then we have this one, would need to come a bit further down. Same with this one. This one can stay. And then we're all the way over here. Plop this. Let's hope it works. Let's hope it works. Almost. There is a little glip. Hold on. There is a little glip. And where is that happening? That little glip. It's happening right here. So it's happening in between these two. It's happening in between these two. So what I would like to do is this and this sit there. And then the arms are still yeah. And then this, of course. And these two seem to be doing okay. It's kind of weird that there's like something super long, but let's see how that actually looks. It's a little bit more of a pause. kind of need a second. I need a second or another frame at the very least right here. In between this and this. Okay. These two are tilting a little bit. Hey, much better. I'm also looking up at the tiny little corner. The tiny little corner, the tiny little one is my biggest window and understanding of how the movement actually looks like when it's like starting to come together. What is Chatter is going to see when the emote is going to be moving like this. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. I'm actually quite happy. Cheers! Hydrate, chat. Oh, maybe. Is there an animation category? I don't know. I'm also not saying that we're animating. I could change my title. Art. Here we go. Now people know what we're working on. It's actually not too bad. Now, let's go back. This one. This one is the one that I wanted. To exaggerate. Or maybe my eraser needs to be a little bit bigger. And put you up to 60. I need to change the direction of these guys so that they match proportionate or where they come from. Otherwise it's going to look silly. Okay. Want a little bit more drama on this one. There we go. This one could use some extra drama too. Let me just test.
It's all coming together.
It's all coming together. 100%. Thank you for sending that, Aki. It's 100% coming together. And also, these kinds of like animations are like really fun for me. I really do enjoy them. And maybe one day I'll be able to do something even more, something even better. Let's see. Remove this one. And then we go back upstairs. Oh. Don't forget the speed ones. Back up to this one. Remove these. And this. And then we can make zoom. Okay, zoom. 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 And we the curve the speed knobs. Tiny speed knobs. Oh, hell yeah. that little like subtle change of the light sticks not being super static at all times makes it way more animated. It looks way more dynamic. It looks so hilarious. And also the bottom, I only just noticed now, but the bottom of the blob actually looks like it's like, you know, instead of having feet, that the bottom of it is like insinuating that it's like moving back and forth. Looks so cute. The question is like, the next big step for this would actually be, are we wanting a face on this one? Making the sticks bendy really makes a difference. It does. And especially when it comes to movement, you never have a, like, of course, in real life, you wouldn't really see an object bending unless it's like super soft. But for animation and for the sake of reading what's happening, you would want to actually bend it. So even for swords in manga and everything else, when you're making the speed lines and you're also drawing the object, you would have it in curved motion. You would have it drawn out in a curved fashion instead of like a straight one. Because I've seen newer Western artists when they're drawing manga style and trying the action scenes as well, they're keeping the swords straight or the weapons elongated and straight instead of actually bending them for extra dramatic effect. So you wouldn't want to do that. If you want to dramatize anything, you would want to actually curve it to accentuate there is movement going on here. The fact that it's curved and first and foremost gives you the first picture, but then you have all the speed lines and everything else that you can add in as extra effect that really, really, really puts it together nicely. Yeah. Small things you pick up here and there. That said, I would still love to do like 6 months on like an official animation course in Japan. That would be absolutely fire. Whether or not I would be able to use it for anything, I don't know, but I would absolutely love to learn from some of the bigger masters. That would be so fucking awesome. Really epic. My brain is making me perceive the blob as a big mouth and the little hands as eyes, and now it looks funnier, like a big silly face. Wait. Wait, what? Oh no. I think I see it. I think I see it. Yeah. It's like screaming. It's like the downturned mouth shape, open wide, screaming mouth shape. It's like, oh, and the eyes are just like tiny little circles. But if that were to be true, though, the quote unquote sticks would be the eyelash, the last extreme flickering eyelash that would be left behind in existence. Oh no. That's the exact sound I imagine it would make. Yes, one big eyelash. Please, by all means, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. We might actually just make a memeable version of it at one point, and then I can shove that up on Discord for you guys. That sounds absolutely hilarious. Holy heck. Well, maybe now I actually need to give it some eyes and some mouth. What do we say to that? So, here we have the first one. So, what kind of face? If this blob is to have a face, what kind of face should it be having? Are we talking just like a round circle for a mouth? Are we talking just a big smile? What kind of cheering facial expression do we want this blob to have? Because that's the biggest thing. We 100% go with something that I've done before, which is, of course, like a big happy mouth. That's something that I've had before. And we could also just add in these tiny eyeballs. Have them a little bit higher. What would happen if I were to do... Could also have it... I'm looking at the tiny image. Yeah, that's more like it. Now it's reminding me of a Poe. What is a Poe? What is a Poe? Also, maybe I should make a new animation for this one. A new animation folder for this one, just for the facial expression. Because now we know. Now we know. Face. It's a virtual pet like a Tamagotchi, but it's brown. It's a brown blob with a face. Ah, yeah, I think I remember. I remember the Tamagotchis. I used to have one as well. My first avatar actually was just like a purple blob. I still have one emote left with it, which is why that I default to this. It's not really my pet, but it is by all means a teeny tiny blob, a little purple blob. Yes, the one actually handing out the heart. I don't have the working file for it anymore, so I'll have to go back and actually remake it in order to, like, keep it on hand. So that too will be remade at some point, so that I can keep the work files in place. Because right now I only have it as is. I think I scoured it. I think I scoured it from somewhere in my chat logs on Discord. That, or I just ripped it off my Discord channel and my Twitch to have it on Discord as well. But yeah, that one is officially a dead work project because I don't have the working files for it anymore. Okay. So for this one, I want this, but I want it as a copy. And then I want this up here instead. And for this, I want to carve it out. Oh no. I want a new animation cell. Let's make one. Because this one doesn't have anything. This one has something. Good. Good. That means the second place where it should be. What if I duplicate this one? Now I say new. Hold on. Need to figure out how this works. Can I duplicate this one? Copy? Paste? Yes. Here we go. And then we say here, and we say paste for another one. And then keep it to the top. Keep it to the top. And here, we paste another one. Oh, shit. Don't want to move you. No, 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 no. Oh, hold on. This one I want here. And here. And here. And here. All right. So the first one, why is it brown? Also, why? I'll figure that out later. Wait, is it just... It's moving all of them. No, 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 no. Animation. Timeline. Animation cells, light table. Timeline label. Move. Edit. Assign rename timeline in order. Edit track in order. Wait. That's not how it's supposed to go. Well, we'll just take them out then. Here I thought I actually found a gateway. Okay. So we'll make these. Make these. What happens if I do this? This is number 2, but then there's nothing on number 2. Interesting. If I duplicate this, but I put it up here, I can't force it onto the layer. This is one thing that I don't understand about animation. Why is nothing as easy as copy and paste with this? That is something that I would like to know. Well, back in with the pen we go. It's not the end of the world anyway. And then we have down here. Yes. Uh, this is gonna look so flat. You know what? It's so scrunched. It's so scrunched. That tiny face is so scrunched. Maybe for this one. Let's see how this actually looks. You won't even see it. It's such a short notice, but you don't even see the scrunched up part of the face. What happens if I change this to... No, not a U. Nope, you're not gonna see it. You're not gonna see it. So we're just gonna keep the open mouth. As silly as it may be, that's just what we're gonna keep. We're gonna stay with that. Now we plop this one down here. Because no one's gonna see anyway. No one's gonna notice. It's too short. No. I had such a cute idea. It's not gonna work. But it wasn't gonna work. Much better. Now it has a face. Yay! Now it doesn't look like an open gaping mouth with little eyes, but now you still have an open mouth, but turned in the right direction so it actually looks happy. I can make the mouth bigger as well. But I think the tiny one actually looks super cute. The tiny version of it looks super cute. So if I am to give myself some guiding, I would probably have to go back down to 20 and give myself some direction and guiding on whereabouts. The tongue would be in these. Yay! Now I can see where the tongue is. I want to give myself a little bit more. Because this is not the final line art anyway. This is just me fiddling with the keyframes. It kind of looks like a mustache. It kind of looks like a mustache, not gonna lie. Especially this one. Back up to 70 we go. It still looks like a mustache. So I don't need that. If it looks like a mustache, then no, don't want it. Don't need that. Yay. Now the question is, we already have something up top. But what I could add in, and this is like special effects kind of stuff. Other things that we could add in would entail stars, for example. What I could essentially what would that be? What would that be? Mostly I think stars on top of the head. Having its own timing, blinking in and out. That's something I know how to do. We could easily add in some keyframes for those two. That would also be their own separate animation folder as well. So if I go then that would be empty and these would become and then these would be empty. What was the last one here? That was a tiny one. And then yeah, the big ones there will become these, well, and then we can open up to these, which will have And then the last one. Compared to the first one, we want to have a star like here. Okay. So this means that for this one, I haven't drawn in any stars yet. But I would want one here, one here, very closely here. No. So many stars! Holy shit. That is a lot of stars. Flickering. Maybe I should reduce this to like every second panel so that people can actually see what's happening. That's a lot of shit going on. That's a lot. It kind of looks like the blob isn't like cheering anymore. It looks like the blob is like catching flies or something. This is ridiculous. Oh, this is so ridiculous. Love it. With animation, we can do everything. Okay. So, this is the ending don't want to get rid of that. However, I'm gonna delete this ending here and then force this one into a close. So we want the first one, and then essentially we want the other ones gone so that we can match this up nicely. So this don't need to see. This one we can take away. And then 1, 2. Animation cell. And then we have this, 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 and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. We have this, and this, and this, and this. Great. Wait, where did... What is number 9? Toothless dance. See, that animation right there looks super smooth. I absolutely love it. Save, save, save. You're absolutely right. Why is this saved as a jellyfish rave? The heck? The heck? Let me just save as a duplicate. Animation. Yeah. Blob cheer. Right. Let me just close this one down. Don't save. Don't save. Don't need to save this one either. Open. Animation CMC, no. No, I need you to be renamed. There we go. Open the clip file. Thank you. Thank you, Rinkire. I would have been very much confuzzled if I did not know what I was doing. I can just imagine myself like closing down everything, thinking that I saved it under the name that I wanted to save it, but no. Also, happy lurking from your cozy nebula. Stay safe. But thank you. Hi and bye. Hi, Meanie. I'm lurking at work. Feel free to lurk. Today is very much just a cozy, silent very, very, very chill stream where I am having fun with my little animation project. Oh, no. Did I just... I think I just did. Why are you giving me so many frames to work with? Stop it. Stop it. You know what? Delete. Delete. I want all of these gone. I want this duplicated. But I want to name this 1A. Because when we go in here, then I say 1A. And then I want you gone. Because then now I know exactly which ones that I need to take into consideration. Because these ones can definitely be a copy paste. I'm not going to be worried about that. I just need it as reference. I just need it as reference. So if you can move over there, that would be nice. So this one here. And then we need number 2 here, which will indeed be this, 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 this. That, 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 that. Bum, 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 bum. And then we can go ahead and say, I want stars. And then we have 1, 2. Another one. Tung, 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 tung. Tung, 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 tung. Tung, 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 tung. Tung, 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 tung. And then 1, 2. Disappearing into nothingness. The tiny stars. And then 1, 2, the last one. That's where we need this reference. Because the last one, we need to know exactly where the next stars are going to be. Doop. So for this very last frame, we want to draw the stars on top of these. Because that is where the stars are going to be disappearing from in the next frame. Then we have, of course, these that are disappearing here. a little sad that they're like somewhat on top. But at least like this, it should be fine. Now it looks more like stars. Look at him go. He's dancing. He's cheering. He's doing so well. There's a lot of like tiny little extra things aside from the keyframes that I could add in to make it even better. Because right here, I can already tell that for the stars, I would want an extra frame in between, which we have, where the stars are like completely gone. So for the spaces where some stars would like come in, others would be like fully disappeared. And that would make the transition for the stars even better. And that means adding in here in between where there's absolutely nothing where the stars disappeared. And then, oh, let me see. From here to here. So there's gonna be nothing. How am I going to implement this? Because this is the third step. It's kind of like an in-between step for all of them. Let's take this one down here. This one goes into that. But then on the third frame, it shouldn't have anything. And then nothing. So that would be all of these that needs to go from this frame. And then here, we would add them in. And then and like this, doom, doom, doom. Let's see. Then on this, we would have this. But then on the next one, we would get rid of them. And then on this in between, we would again add in these. To signify that they're disappearing, but then on the next one they should already be gone. So they need a frame of emptiness. And then on this, the exact same. We want these to exist. But on the next one, they need to be gone. And then on what? And yes, and here they have the equivalent. Let's see. Was I right in my math? Yeah. I was right in my math. Now you can actually see, if you pay close attention to one particular star, you can see how they're actually having a 3-step disappearance before, like, popping up a new place. And that just looks like sparkles all over. Of course it's not perfect, but it's just supposed to be there. And this is going to be nothing but special effects that I add in afterwards. So this is all just reference. And that's for fun's sakes. Say I want this entire layer to be sparkling yellow. But a little bit more orange, a little bit more warm. And then we can go down here and say, I want the paper to be a little bit more mid-tone grayish. So we can actually see what we're working with. I want the arms to go and be the regular blue. Not the face. I want the body. For this, we can make it a little bit more dark. Because the Twitch side is definitely also dark. Maybe it should just be the regular blue as well. And see how the stars are actually functioning. This emote, of course, if animated with the stars, will be completely lost if you're a light mode user. Sorry to say this, but if you want sparkles and funky effects, you don't sit on light mode, you sit on dark mode for the best experience. I am notoriously a dark mode user. I cannot. My eyes cannot. Cannot. Could also make the stars rainbows. Why didn't I think of that? Hold the phone. Oh, that would require me to go in and... I mean, I could. If I take a super red one for this, and then of course there's nothing here, but then it pops back up again. Okay, so that's the red one. Then we want a pink one. Let's take this, and then of course it's gone. And then it comes back here. And it disappears again. Then it completely disappears. We go back. This. How does that look? Lots of stars, lots of sparkles all over. They'll be sparkly. I think the red one is possibly the only most intriguing one, but that's fine. So how does this look if I were to give you guys a... Oh. Gotta try to spare your eyes as much as possible. Okay. It's a little bit more fun for the light users now. A little bit more fun. A little bit more fun. A little bit more fun. Yeah. Oh, stretch. Everybody stretch. Also, Aki, I think I missed it, but thank you so much for the 50 biddies. Was that a Tanjiro redeem? I'm pretty sure it was. It must have been. Silly Tanja. So the body, face, and the arms. It was it's all coming together. Yeah. I was wondering if I should add that to like the simple point redeem. There's some of the Tanjas that I'm like, should I just, not make that pain at all? But I also don't want to clog up the entire redeem list, because it becomes really long. I think the initial line out that I have for all the redeems, it was extremely long, and they were all what, 500 redeems or something. So they were sitting on a long list. So I am not sure. But I definitely want the ones that are mostly used to be on the redeem for points. The ones you guys like using the most. So that you can keep sitting and having fun without having to worry whether or not your wallet can carry it. The expense. The silly expense. Okay. What? Are we somewhat happy with this? Or can we do more? I think we can definitely refine the body movement. If I am to say we're making an entirely new one. This one is nothing. Assign cell to a frame. New animation cell. What is this gonna look like? It's a bit of a different brush altogether. But it's the one brush that I want to use for inking. Yes. I think we can do that. That, or maybe I should just go with the classic G pen. That's the one that I used last time. Although, for symmetry and whatnot, I do want to make use of this. Put this a little bit further down. And this is, of course, for the body. If I am to move you down here, I can say here. I want the new animation same cell frame. It's not going to be as wobbly as the initial sketch was. Oh. It's made on the same. Add some progress. You should use that to take a little break. Okay. So this one is tiny. Uh-oh. Here. And that one. This one. And this one. Good. Then we have this. Sitting. Okay. These two, it's okay for them to be outside of the normal size. Hell yeah. It's a little bit more controlled. There's still movement. You can see what the blob is supposed to be doing. But at least here it looks way, way smoother. Actually looks like it's dancing in place. I'll be surprised if we actually manage to nail this down within the beginning, or within the entire stream, basically. I'd be very surprised. Everything is not 100% aligned, I see. But it's better than nothing. What is this? This is 200, 200. This should be 1,000. 1,000 is what it should be. Oh, the canvas. Oh, okay. There we go. Now everything is centered. That's nice. Now, for the face, let's pull back up again a little bit. Maybe a little bit lower would do it good. So in general, a little bit lower. Still with the effect of it bouncing. Yay! It's a lot more controlled, a lot more controlled. Okay. So that should be where we do the face. Nice, nice, nice. So on top of this one, you want to do a new animation folder, which is going to be the ink layer, the one that people will see. So in this keyframe, yeah, this is for the face. We want oh, no, that's not what I wanted. Up here, you silly. You know what this face also reminds me of? Gudetama. Now that I keep looking at it, like the face alone reminds me of Gudetama. You know, the sunny side up egg? This is just such a default type of face, though. Such a default type of face. If you're questioning why the eyes are hollow, that's because we're going to be coloring and inking everything afterwards. I can't even see where the line is supposed to be here. Oh no. I'm forgetting my inking choices. Is it supposed to be here? This one's definitely supposed to be up here. I'm wondering if the body should. Oh, the eyes on this frame is a little bit quirky. Yeah, a little better. I wonder if these pancake versions should be even more flattened out. Even this middle stage. Because going from this to this. Yeah, I kind of want this guy to be further out. Than having him centered. Yes. Makes it a little better. I don't know why these simple little loop animations are so fun. I really do enjoy sitting and making them. They don't look like much. They don't look like they take a lot of effort. Or that there's like a lot of details going into them. But for some reason, I really do quite enjoy them. They're very fun. You also aren't getting much talk out of me today. I'm literally just working on art. Remember a few streams ago we were having the wildest yapping sessions and I wouldn't really get anything done at all. Also, this timeline, this time lapse, is going to look super wonky. How does it look like? Yeah. It looks okay up until the final steps, and then it just becomes so stupid. You can see all the teeny tiny little steps in between from the keyframes, having redone and replaced everything over and over and over again. You can't see the time lapse with me right now, but I'm watching it, the magic happen. How long is it? No more than a minute? Oh. It's gonna be interesting. By the way, how did your IKEA adventure go? Wow. I did not intend to go anywhere today. And it was my first solo adventure to IKEA, by the way. I usually go whenever me and my mom we plan shopping trips to the big shopping mall center district area out in the opposite side of the city for me. So taking the bus was quite okay. I wouldn't say easy, but it was quite okay because I've done the trip back and forth a few times now just to meet my mom out there. But going for IKEA, I woke up today knowing that I had an initial plan because yesterday I went for just regular grocery shopping. But then I also knew that I couldn't handle going on grocery shopping, but also make the trip out to IKEA to pick up my Halloween stuff and the little Halloween kitty, Mamo, that I showed a picture of. I have everything at home now, so the pillows and whatnot is like they're unpacked and they're like laying to grasp air for the next hour or like the next day or so, and then I can like put them in their pillowcases and like decorate and everything. So once the pillow's like ready to go and I can put the cushion covers on them, then I can actually decorate over on my bed and take a picture for you guys to see. So I'll be sharing that on the Discord, by the way. But going out And taking the bus out was not the issue at all. It was quite alright. And I even had like some spare energy and like chillness to just jump into to Stream earlier, which was really nice. It took my mind off of some of the potential distractions and annoyances that usually happens. Getting off and then heading inside, I already had a list through the app where I had everything, where I had all the items that I wanted. And I didn't really have more than like 4 or 5 items, but as you know, usually when you go to a big shopping mall like that, you come home with more items than you actually want or need. Like, it's unavoidable, really. So, taking out the list, finding the items, going from upstairs to downstairs and scouting through everything, learning that once I picked up the pillow covers that I didn't really have pillows for both of the covers. So I was like, oh, I need the pillows too. So I went over and got those too. And then my impulses grabbed me and be like, don't you need a new pillow? Aren't you tired of the ones that you're using at the moment? And I was just like, yeah, I am kinda, but I also don't know what kind of pillow I want. And then it was like, well, welcome to the showcase. Like, you're right here. You can actually touch the items that you want to potentially look at, and then you can make up your mind. Fine. Fine, impulse. I'll listen to you. We'll go look at a pillow. So I went and I looked at a pillow, and I actually found one. Then came the next step. All right, got a pillow. Do you have a pillow protection layer like you do with the other one? No. I only have the one for the one that I'm using now. So my inner voice also talked me into like going over and looking at the spare protection covers that you put outside the pillow for it to last longer. I got that one too. Jeez. But initially, when I went in, I thought that I wouldn't be able to get home with more than my kitty. Because when I got to the section for, like, the kitchenwares, like, I got a little tray with a kitty on, I've got the plate with the ghost on, and I've got the kitty plushie. That was, like, initially what I wanted. And then the two, like, what do you call them? They're not like sleeping pillow cases. They're just like regular square, smaller pillowcases for decorations on the couch. And I don't know what you would call that, if they have a specific name in English. But I thought I would only get the 2 pillowcases and the plushie and the tray, because on the website it said that the plate was sold out, that they didn't have any more plates. And I was just like, no, I want the plate. I need the plate. But then I figured out that they have it. And when I say plate, it's like it's not a plate for food. It's like a big scarf, kind of like a plaid. You put it over your legs when you're cold. You wrap it around you when you're nice and cozy. But the website said it didn't have it, so I was just like, okay, I'm not gonna get my plate then. I'm just gonna go home without it. I'm gonna be really sad that I have to make another trip out here once you get it back home. But luckily for me, they had it. So, all things aside, I gathered up all of my stuff, and then I was like, this looks like a pretty good haul. It's not too heavy or anything. I think I'm about to wrap up and actually go home. And then, as I usually do, I look at my net bank on my phone, and it instantly tells me, you have rejected payments. And I was just like, fuck, what? What's happening? What's going on? And I immediately click on only that link to see what kind of payments was denied. And then, of course, like the regular, like the type of payments that I set between my accounts was the ones that were rejected because there was no money. And then I went out and like looked on the surface level on some of the accounts, and I was like, I'm missing something. I'm missing almost half of, not even just almost half, I'm missing more than half of what I used to have. And I instantly panicked, and I was like, okay, no worries, no worries. In order for you to get this stuff home, you need to make some plans. First, you need to figure out what the heck your bank was actually doing. What happened? So call them and then ask them the questions. So I had like rehearsed all of the things that I wanted to say. I was sitting in waiting mode on the phone because they said it would take up to 35 minutes to get through. So I found like a little corner at the warehouse section of IKEA where I could just sit down somewhere and waiting. Then while I did that, I took another look at my net bank and I finally discovered what the issue was. The issue was that because I have tried several ways to have these automatic transfers between my account work, but they never work. So what happened was that because we entered the first, all the other entities that are usually stuck to my budget account, they were naturally pulled and paid for. No questions asked. Like, they got their money, but then of course that account was set in negative. My bank immediately noticing this has an automated system on their end, deeper inside, that automatically goes in and says, there's something that needs to be covered here, and then it goes, is there money on the usual like salary paycheck account that we can take money from? Yes, there is. We're pulling everything that we need. And then negating that negative so that I don't have a negative. Thankfully that they have such a system, but also, fuck you, you absolutely made my heart sink so hard because I was ready to call them and give them the biggest boot. I called them. I was just ready to give them the biggest boot and says, what the fuck are you guys doing? What the heck is going on in your fucking system? Are you gonna take responsibility if I can't pay my fucking bills this month? Turns out everything was settled. Everything was handled. I just have this like very awkward relationship with the automatic transfers between my accounts, which I absolutely do not like. So I set up the automated transfers in order to prevent from missing out on like my budget, my automated like paying for my rent and all that kind of stuff. You can set that up to a budget account so that it automatically transfers. But I didn't know that my bank had that system as a fail-proof safe mechanism. I didn't know. So it kind of freaked me out. Not gonna lie. But it turned out to be okay. So there was like no drama, no nothing, no panic whatsoever. I went up. I transferred. I did the manual transfer for my food and everything, so I know exactly what I have to spend on food for the month and what I could still like spend on money for like other fun stuff. So I didn't have to call emergencies for anything, but it was just like, I do not like this. I'm trying to set up a system here, and I don't know what you guys are rolling with, but apparently we're not talking the same language. So it was nice that it was sorted out in the end, and I can like still go up and pay for my stuff without having to worry about not having enough for my rent or for my other bills, and having to ask my mom for like emergency funding for my food. Like, it was really nice not having to go that route. But my goodness, I learned a thing or two today. Not what I wanted to learn while I was out on an adventure for different reasons. So I paid for my things, packed up my bag. I was sweating like shit. And then I took the bus home. And on the way back home, it felt like it was just one of those days where everything that could go wrong should go wrong. Or like those typical, like, you get 3 bad instances happening to you without question. And then comes the middle. I rode the bus up until like the middle part, like the central station, and then we have like a pause, like a pretty long break where the doors are just like sitting open. And what do you think enters the bus while we're just sitting there and waiting for the bus to actually start moving again with the doors open and everything? A fucking wasp. My nemesis in terms of little tiny shitty critters that exist on this plane, which I would like to completely be eradicated along with mosquitoes. A wasp makes it onto the fucking bus. And shortly after it does, the bus closes its doors and starts moving. I was not okay. If all things aside, fair enough. Poor creature is hugging the windows because it wants out. It doesn't want to stay in, of course. But the creature is like slightly edges and like kisses the window panes all the way closer and closer and closer to me, and I was sweating balls already, and I was just immediately closing my jacket and like pulling the hoodie up and everything, nearly going into a second panic attack and being like, no fucking shit, you're not gonna do this to me. You ain't gonna do this fucking to me. You're not gonna do this to me today. No, I'm not having it. And as if everything was turning out to be the worst kind of scenario, I ended up in a conversation with another really sweet girl, who was also incredibly nervous. And because both her and I was incredibly scared of this poor creature, this tiny creature that could probably, like for the both of us, you could probably insert at least like 5,000 more wasps or something in order to like make out our body mass or something. It's absolutely crazy. The scale and sheer panic that you have for these tiny creatures sometimes. It's crazy. But we kind of teamed up on the bus, talking and keeping track of like its existence and where it wanted to go and where it wanted to be. Because if there was one thing that we were 100% clear on, it was the fact that if that creature came close to us, we would just be starting and running in a panic. And none of us wanted that to happen. So it's kind of like that, like you find solitude in someone else who's also struggling with the same fear. So we were kind of just huddled up in our own corner of the bus. And she came up to me where I was sitting, and then we were just like standing there, keeping our eyes on the wasp. And we had to get off at the same stop anyway. And then we ended up having this amazingly very wholesome conversation off the bus, because she was also living in the vicinity, not too far from me. So we exchanged contacts and whatever so that we could keep on talking afterwards, which was really nice. It's probably the first wholesome interaction and connection to another human being that I've made, which actually seemed promising for like continuous like socialization, because I really don't meet a lot of people at all. So that was probably the highlight, aside from me getting all of the items that I wanted. I got both my kitty, got my plate, got everything and more from IKEA. Having a nearby heart attack from my bank and the wasp. What would the third be? What would the third thing be? What would the third thing be? I don't think I've had a third instance yet. So I'm kind of scared. I'm kind of terrified. What would the third thing be happening for me today? I do not know. But it was a pretty sweet and nice day. I'm even like incredibly surprised that I managed to also get dinner. I ordered dinner while I was on the way home in the bus. I immediately sat down. I was like, okay, I'm just going to order food so that it can be there when I get home, and then I can eat, and then it's time for stream. And I was a little bit on the fence on whether or not I should stream, but I was just like, you know what? No. I don't feel particularly bad or good, so we're just gonna start stream. I'll find something to do. It's just a chill art stream anyway. So, it was incredibly wholesome knowing that there are more people out there. The reason why this is such a huge thing for me is because I don't feel very comfortable living in my country. Growing up here, I have such a bad relationship with my nation and the system, especially, that I don't feel comfortable interacting with anything outside of my house. So being online is definitely my safe space, sadly. I wish to change that in whichever capacity I can, and making positive affirmations and making new wholesome people out there has definitely taught me a little bit more of like how to potentially change my mindset regarding that. Because it's not easy when something happens to you over and over again and you have the same kind of negative reinforcement with, it can be per people, it can be animals, it can be an activity, you name it whatsoever. If you have a consistent negative experience with the same over and over again, it can put you in such a bad mindset that you would want to avoid it at all times. And in certain situations with like really dangerous potential situations, you would want to have that negative reinforcement because you don't want to be put in that dangerous situation again. Of course, you don't have to be in a panic state of mode, but you will definitely, at the very least, learn that this is not good. You should probably stay away from that. Some people can get that by just simply learning about it logically, like seeing examples by video or having stories told, and that be enough. Others would need to actually be very close to actually experiencing said event in order to like establish that that is not something that you want. It comes close to the kind of, it comes close to the way, the saying that goes that some, like we have this saying in Danish, and I don't know how to actually transcribe it into English, but it's kind of like some learn by doing and others learn by knowing. So it's either you understand by simple words and logic and stories, or you learn by actually like having hands-on experience, because the logic or the knowledge or the way of like putting everything together in your mind don't really do it for you. You would have to have it actually happening to you or experience it in order to understand it fully. So there's definitely like certain types of like of people learning different new kinds of stuff. And for me, I don't necessarily need to learn it by doing. I'm more than content by learning from just knowledge and gathering up information, listening to stories and doing research. I don't have to experience it in order to know what's good and bad. But sadly, I've had way too many negative instances and experiences with my country. So that's just a sad little thing. It's also one of the reasons why I want to try and attend TwitchCon, for example, or going down and meeting some of the gemlins for Dokumi in Germany, for example. Like these are all activities that are closely knitted and related to what I do online as a creative. This whole world that exists parallel to what I'm doing in real life, where people, they don't know that I do all this. They don't know that I'm sitting and being creative. They don't know that I have an interest in XYZ. They just know that I am a diagnosed disabled female, or woman, as they would say. the system basically dictates what kind of reproductive system that I was born with. So, like that's kind of like their ways of like of naming me, which is fine. I'm not gonna fight it. So yeah, it was more than I could chew, this adventure, but it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. I would definitely make another trip to IKEA. I would definitely make another trip out there when they have some new themed stuff for an event or anything that I would like to get, so that I can go and get some good decorative items that is easy enough to carry home, aside from like saving up for like an actual like clothing dresser drawer unit that I would have to like have shipped home and pay for. That's a whole different story. It's also way more expensive than I could even like begin to fathom. I'm sorry you had this experience in your country. It's just, the easiest way to put it is just that in my time growing up, the local regional city halls, they still have units that are specialized in helping families by intervening most of the times, especially if we're talking about poor families that don't have the money or the capabilities in order to provide for their kids. They would either get monetary support or they would be like hooked up with different kinds of support systems in order to ensure that the child's, growth and period as a child is as painless as possible. Sadly, though, what it did for me and my mom was just that we were under constant surveillance. And because I didn't have my diagnoses back then, I didn't know that I was disabled, I was labeled as a problem child because I, one, was way more in tune with what I wanted and what I needed and what I definitely didn't like, to such a point where I would literally get into fights with my mom all the time. All the time. We were having the worst time ever during my growth, basically. And because of that, there was a lot of like intervenence. There was a lot of you cannot show any signs of weakness. You cannot show that you don't have everything under control. That is absolutely that's just not okay. The moment you do that, you're fucked. And when I say fucked, it would basically be me being removed and rehomed with a different family. Foster family, basically. And neither me or my mom wanted to be split. Like, I was just a poor kid. I had just, like, experienced my parents, like, breaking up because one cheated on the other. And then moving with the one that wasn't cheated on. And then to having the government being all nasty and intrusive just because my mom was suddenly single and they weren't happy about that. And the school kept reporting that I wasn't doing very well and all that kind of stuff. So it was just hell. It was just hell. Like, none of the adults or any of the people in the government facilities were ever kind. They just saw a problem child and they just treated me as nothing but a sack of shit. If I weren't doing what they said I needed to do, they just weren't having it. I cannot tell you the amount of times that both my mom and my sister, when she was still alive, God bless her, I'm not religious, but she was. The amount of times that my sister and my mom, they geared up like a pair of military women, my sister being the only military woman at all. And fighting for my rights and fighting for the schools to actually treat me nice and fighting for like some sort of like decency and and just general human being, like kindness, respect, and a bunch of other things. Like, just don't be a dick. Like, even if you're a teacher, don't be a dick to the kids. Just don't. And if you are, just don't let me see you do it. I'll come and fucking fuck you up. I have such a gripe with adults that has so much lacking that they don't know how to honestly do better or do well for kids. It's where some of my statements stem from when I say that adults, I really don't care about what background you have, but please do your due diligence and research before you set yourself up for a family situation which you are 100% not ready for. But not being ready is not an excuse. You're bringing a new life into the world, and fucking up that life is your responsibility. So, I have a huge gripe with both parents, but also with the system, because they keep being like very invasive. And I think the last region my mom and I lived in was notoriously bad for like getting involved and for splitting up families and sending children into foster care. They were notoriously bad. And so it ended up being so bad that I contacted my own social caseworker and asked him, hey, things are a little rough between me and my mom, and we kind of need some more air. Is it possible that I could get into foster care? So I asked to be placed in foster care because I could tell my mom was suffering. And I also needed adults around me that were more of help to me and more of a support to me than somebody who's burned out 24/7. My mom fought for me not to get to that point, but I asked for it at the end. Now, I was so old at the time that it wasn't like very common, and I didn't last for more than 6 months anyway, so it wasn't much, but I've also experienced that. So, I have a lot of gripe with the system, and it's not done throughout my adolescence. Since then, I've been in the job center multiple times, been in and out of studies and whatnot. And my last attempt of actually getting a degree, I think it's a gymnasium preparatory course that you do before university here. I tried that, but after 7 years, the last school that I tried to attend and start a full course with, they noticed everything. And that eventually led to my to being put on sick leave, basically. And that's where I am now. So spending 7 years right out of getting my 10th grade exam papers, I jumped straight into trying to get that course, which shouldn't take more than 2 or 3 years at max. Spending 7 years in that, and them starting to notice that there was like something wrong, sending me to the doctor, getting all these tests for both depression and whatnot, being sent up to the depression center saying, hey, yo, you know what? Looks like you have autism. Oh, well, fine. Amazing. A little bit of like a background story. Not really related to today's events, but somehow a little bit. Everything is related. So, a little bit more of actual mini lore for you. But yeah, I really want to make steps in the right direction for better times. it's difficult sometimes to talk about these things because I always feel like whenever I do put them into light, it just sounds like I'm whining. And I think it's because of the way that I'm phrasing it. I take it too lightly sometimes. But when you actually dig down deeper into it, I've heard some people say this is heavy. This is heavy stuff. I don't know how you can take it so lightly. I don't know how you can actually still function sometimes, but this is heavy stuff. And I'm just like, well, when you live through it, it doesn't feel that bad sometimes, you know? And then I get the same face once again. Oh no. So yeah. Having these experiences is also one of the reasons why I can't help but show a little bit more warmth to those around me, those who are having it difficult, those who are going through rough times. It's pretty normal for me to like instantly feel the gravity of the situation. And a lot of those I meet and have talked to instantly feel that I'm very easy to talk to because I don't have the instantaneous, regular, normal reaction to it, as you could say. Like that they get scared or that they clamp up because they don't know what to say because it's too heavy. Well, I'm just like, it's your lived experience. Of course it's okay to talk about it. And I'm not going to minimize or try to like ignore the fact that it even existed. But I guess some people just have it more difficult to talk about these things. So yeah. Having seen and heard so much over the course of the years has just made it easy enough for me to talk about these rough things in life. Things that are usually too heavy, maybe a little bit too TMI. It don't really feel that heavy or TMI to me. It's just everyday life. What are we doing? What am I doing? What am I prepping for? I'm prepping the arms. I'm prepping the arm. Yes, I'm prepping the arm. Wah! Stretch. I'm also wondering, like, how many of you sitting and listening to some of my stories actually find something that's relatable? Because I do hear a lot of stories. Not everything I relate to, but I do hear a lot of stories where I'm like, that's actually really interesting. I've never experienced that. Should I? No. Yay! And then the next one. I need to do something about these onion layers. Show cells. Settings. Can we... 20 mayhaps? Thank you. Ooh, that was a smooth one. Ooh. Ooh. Sorry, I got put away for work thing and missed a bit and couldn't chat. Sorry to hear the system failed you like that. You're justified in having a gripe with them, and you don't come off as whining. It's okay to talk about that stuff. Interesting to hear more mini lore. Yeah, it's just the system that we have here in my country as well. It's very unique. Like, aside from all the welfare that a lot of people are talking about, there is definitely some extra social case working facilities and unities in the local city halls across the entire country that feels a bit unique in terms of what I hear other countries have. For example, in South Korea, while I was living there, this wasn't usually something that would be like a thing necessarily. Like, you would have social caseworkers, granted, and you would have offices that could handle different things, but you wouldn't have the kind of intervening action in the same way. Maybe because I also like weren't really like talking to a lot of people who had kids or experienced something in that order or in that fashion. But even if I look at like all the newspaper stuff and that kind of thing, I still don't see a lot. And I still don't see a lot. So I think maybe Sweden, Norway, and Germany might have something similar. Mayhaps. Though I'm not too sure. I couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you even if I wanted. I'm gonna try to lead out the speed lines and see how that looks. We can add them in afterwards. Oh, nope. This was the wrong layer. I know over in America they have something similar. But I've always found it very unique. Like, incredibly unique. The way that the government would just like intervene. With like families. Having only one arm showing actually makes it look like it's just this looks like a banhammer action. Like a bonk emote. Which is actually giving me it's giving me a little bit more extra what can we call it? also don't know if it should be completely straight. Might want to do this a little bit so that it doesn't look like it's landing flat, like bang, but that it actually goes like vroom, 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 vroom. Maybe this is going to be better. Vroom, 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 vroom. So this one. So that means this one here. Have a little bit more action on these. Hell yeah. Vroom, vroom. And then immediately shifting over to this, meaning that we would have speed lines. And then we would have this one. Zoom. But if we wait with this, take this. Question is, do we need the speed lines? Only for the first one to show that it's actually moving fast. And then for this one again, we would need it. Gotcha. And then we can move this. A little bit up here. This one. This one. And what does it look like with all the others? Minus the one we just did. There's a few in-between steps that I would be able to make inking-wise immediately without having to do extra sketches to follow. I got so many animation folders, it's impossible to keep track of them all. I should probably say that these are in a... If they're inking, they're yellow. No. Inking I would put in blue. Highlights I would do for yellow. Here we go. I'm noticing that I tend to be the person who either talks a lot or shuts up. Don't know if any of you can actually relate to that. Either you have a lot to share, a lot to say, or you end up having days where you have absolutely nothing to say. Mm-hmm. Wow. Mm. And then we have the last one here. Yay! Even if they don't immediately come off as like light sticks that you swing around, they could easily be like pieces of like paper or something else that you're tossing and like throwing in the air for cheering. Either way, it has the same vibe. I'm glad. We need the speeders in on this too. And then there was the last one too. No? No? Yeah, no. Speeder's only one place. Okay. Okay. Should the mouth be wider, though? Or is it great the way that it is? What if I am... Q. Experiment. So I want this to be a reference layer, and then I want a new animation folder. I want a new animation cell. And then I need my fill tool. Refer to other layers. I think I would need to hide not the face, I would need to hide the body. It's also blue. So yeah, if this is for my arms, I need to redo the circle, I see. It is silly. But now you get to see a little bit of the process. Oh. And then what would we else want for the pom-poms? The pom-poms needs to have their own color in each and every movement, right? So we would want something that's starkly red. Starkly red and light. Moving to pink. Moving to blue. Moving to greenish. We can make these ones the yellow ones, and then we can make these ones orange. Oh, will you look at that? That's cute. That's cute. That is cute. Now we take this off. And we take the arms and face off. I need an animation cell. Is this the one for the colors? Yeah, it is. And it should be here. So we can say purple. But we want the body. And we want this. So where did that disappear to? Down here. Okay. We use this one for this, for this, for this, for this. And then, of course, for the lines, we can go a little bit darker. And we can do that for... I mean, if we do that for the hands too, it's going to show. Let's try anyway. Here in my channel, we don't take animation too seriously. But we're also going to use a ton of layers. Because we can. That's still something I keep thinking of. Every single time I see the amount of layers that I'm working with, I am instantly reminded of people working in Photoshop who has been complaining for ages about the cap of layers that you can have. Which is insane to me. While other people are basically, yeah, but also having too many layers, that's just insane as well. It's like, yeah, can't argue with that, but still. Which one is it? It's the first one. And it is this one. Oh yeah, that's right. We need to do the face too. Or maybe I do need to keep the face black. Maybe I do need to do that. Animation folder. Purple. So the arms basically has each to their own, so that's okay. That means we can just keep it like this. And then the color comes all the way on at the bottom, which is fine. And we have color, sketch, ink, and then the highlights / other stuff will be coming on top of it. It's going to be a lot of stuff here. Going to be a lot to work through. So we have the face. Chum chum. And we would want the darker purple. No. Not the darker purple. Do I not have an easy inside mouth, outside mouth for any of my characters? Toll, do we have that here? Skin, no. Demonic veil. Do have it here, but I don't think that's going to be No, it's not exactly what I've been looking, what I would be looking for. It would have to be more saturated and more dark. And then and then this is the face. We can do, no, we can't do that. Because it's going to keep bouncing up and down. So that means I'll have to do this, and I can't. At least I don't think I can. No, I can't draw on it when it's sitting in there. God damn it. So that means I would have to actually do that outside. Not happy with that. Especially not when I've gone to the lengths with the other stuff. It just doesn't give off the same vibe, you know. I'll figure something out. First, we try this. He's so squashed. He's so squashed. I do wonder. No, it's just me thinking. Yeah, it works. We can keep the black outline. It works. Now, for the fun stuff. which is not the special effects, but actually the gradients. Kind of like the rendering. Yes, I want to use this one. Oh. That was the wrong one, wasn't it? This one. Oh, now I remember. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Save, 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 save. Yes. We have now saved. Now I remember how I could use this. Ooh. An unlurk. Welcome back, Rangaya. Welcome back from your cozy nebula. How are you doing? How was snoozing? Oh, wait. Did I... Okay. Like this and this. And then, from the first one and this, we go... Oh. Wrong way. Maybe I should take the tall guy here and do this. Why? Stop doing this to me. I am a blop, I am a blop, 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 blop. And also, I don't want you to reverse yourself. There is kind of a middle step here that we can use, which would be fine. We can go back up to this one. So we want to stretch. Maybe I do need the darker portion to be a little bit different. A little bit different. So if I take this but go all the way down here. Yeah, we can also take just the tall guy. And take the tall guy. Or maybe we can take this one and do that instead. Yes. That looks like a much better gradient. It's not too much, it's not too little. It's just right. It's just in the right gradient. So we can still have room for like some darker shadows on the bottom without actually completely ruling everything out. And he looks a little bit more vibrant. Had migraines since last week? No! And I'm quite dizzy now, so I can't watch Hazy. And then I saw you were still streaming, so here I am. Oh. Oh, sweet bean. I'm guessing you're doing everything you can to make sure that you're a-okay. Taking what meds you can, making sure you close your eyes, and just having fun. snoozing, cozying up, maybe drinking some tea. Whatever you fancy. He's cute. Yes. I'm having a lot of fun with these like small animation thingies. And while they don't look while they don't look like $1 million, the fact that they're 100% keyframed and 2D animated is just like it's a whole joy for myself. I absolutely enjoy it. I love it. They're so cute. They're so fun. Him looking squashed is probably my favorite. He looks so derpy when he's squashed. Oh, such a derpy little blob. Derpy little one. Oh, he's so hype. Oh, he's giving it his all. Oh, he's shaking them. Oh, he's shaking them pompers. He's just sometimes extra dizzy and nauseous. Maybe I'll go to bed early today, but sleeping hasn't paid off the last week. Oh. That sucks. That really sucks. My goodness. Also, I need this copied. Need to duplicate this one. Where do I need to set this? Maybe up here? No, that would actually destroy the pompers too. God damn it. God damn it. Something tells me I have to do... Ugh. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not gonna do that for this one. I'm going to have to isolate these two and then we can do gradients. It's a little bit more of a hassle, but ooh. He bouncing. He very much bouncing. He's such a bouncer. Okay. Deselect. And then select again. Go back in here. Deselect. Reselect. When you don't have an easy way out because you got multiple colors on the same layer, you're kind of fucking yourself over. Remember this. Remember this for next time. We need an extra animation folders. We need one more. Just for the extra separate thingy. Holy shit. This is just gonna teach me one or two things about animation. Sorry to hear about your migraines. Yeah, migraines really just, oh, they suck. They suck. They have no place in existing here. No place in existing here. How dare it? How dare them migraines actually exist? How dare they be a thing? So rude. Four hours from start to finish, that's actually not too bad. Last time I spent like 2 to 3 hours with an initial concept. For this one, I was a little bit in doubt on whether or not I wanted TAS or if I should just use my blob. But for 2D animations, I like simplicity. I like simplicity. We reselect. We gradient. The last one. Deselect. Reselect. Gradient. And then, of course, deselect again. And then test. You know what? We could do that with the pom-poms too. We do that with the light sticks too, but I'm actually, rather than giving them gradients for something, I am thinking of simply coloring in a darker shade of the color that is already on there, if I can. If I can. Can I do that? Can I actually do that? I think I should be able to do that. I could. I can. I could. I could. This, but a darker. It actually works. Ah! It's gonna make my life so much better. Oh, fuck, no. Wrong one. Other arm. Where are you? Other arm? Other arm? No! Other arm? Yes. I'm waiting since July to go to the hospital, and they said I had to wait for only 3 months, but then it turned out that the appointment was only there to make the actual appointment, and now I have to wait another month to get... Oh my god. You know, I hate... It's kind of similar to me right now because I made a doctor's appointment, but that's just like the initial conclusion. Because I couldn't really explain a lot of what I wanted to talk to my GP about. Because I only had like 400 characters. That's like a little bit more a little bit more than a blue sky post. Like one and a little bit. In order to like frame everything that I wanted to talk about. And there was like so much. So I have the initial consultation here later this month, before Halloween. And then where it goes from there, I don't know. But the only thing I could literally just tell him was just like, I'm stuck, I'm struggling, I need help, I don't know where to start. And they were like, yeah, you're welcome to schedule an appointment so we can talk about it. Great. Your appointments last like 15 minutes. How am I supposed to say anything in like a quarter of an hour? I have a yapping tendencies to stretch for about 6 hours, my guy. You expect me to consolidate everything down into 15 minutes? Impossible. Impossible. So, I am I'm quite scared about what's gonna... how this is gonna go. I'm not too sure, but we'll see. We'll see. So ever since I got that phone call, they told me to go ahead and wait another 1.5 months. I'm quite emotionally drained. Oh, fuck me. I remember when I was like signing up for getting screened for ADHD, and there was like 6 months waiting for that. And then between each appointment from there was like a month or something, like every 4 weeks. And it took like, what, 6 times or something to do the screening in total. So that was, whew, also something. I don't know why it's like taking people so long though. Like, why do these things have to be like, so... Why do they have to take so long? What is wrong with them? Like people, my goodness. My goodness. We're taking a nap break. No, we're not. I'm still here. Next. A blue. A blue. A blue one. Oh. That's right. I want these speed liners to be the same color as well. Just a happy little blob bobbing. Oh, he bobbing. Oh, he having so much fun. You chose this hospital because the one close to your house had a waiting list of like 9 months. What the fuck? And this one could help me faster, but I would have to intake appointment half September. That turned out to be make an appointment one. I got quite angry at the person calling me. Like, an intake is meant to be the start of the process. Most often they can help you within 2 weeks after the intake. My GP also didn't know the waiting list would be longer after that initial appointment. That's just fucked up. Like, that's literally just fucked up. Who made that system? Who needs a bunk? Minnie has big gripes with systems and their lack of functionality in so many ways. In so many ways. If you'd known sooner, you would have gone for another hospital that would help you at the time they actually set in the system. And don't let me wait for 3 months. No, don't. don't let Rinkaya wait for 3 months. God damn it. Looking forward to that appointment in September to only push me off of a cliff because you needed to wait longer. These things. These goddamn system thingies. Pisses me off. There is like a situation just like that just pins it down for me why I don't want to start up anything, even from the general practitioner, why I don't want to go in, why I don't want to talk about things, because even if something is started, it takes forever. And forever is just not in the building cards for me. I don't have that kind of patience. Really, please. Please. Don't do that to me. I do not like you. And especially for my nation, everything is just like notoriously known for being like slow paced. Nobody's going anywhere. Nobody is absolutely going nowhere. So they're all acting like snails. Unless someone's having a heart attack, then they might actually start walking instead of just crawling. Maybe. But it feels like they're taking the Zen vibe all too seriously. Way too seriously. Oh. I'm gonna have to be looking a little scuffed because I want this to work. I really don't want the black stuff. I don't want the black lines. If I can avoid the black lines, I would happy avoid the black lines. But I don't want this. Can we just... Some days are okay. Most parts of yesterday was okay, but then they got emotional at the end of the day, and now everything's worse again. Yeah. Don't have the energy to make appointments for stuff, so I already took too long before I got my hospital referral. Yeah. Here in the Netherlands, there are also just too many people, and all those people need help, and thus everything gets rushed. There's hardly any empathy for patients. And you know what? That seems to be the typical thing, doesn't it? Like, if there's no empathy, everybody's like rushing. But if there is empathy, everything is just like working extra slow. And nothing really gets like seriously taken in that way. Like it's kind of like they have a shit time balancing a lot of these things, which is not great. It's not great. But yeah, I've seen my fair share of shitty work, laziness, or just sloppy tendencies. And it's not okay. You think that they know better working in that field, really. But I guess when push comes to shove, there's just like way too much that they need to take into consideration, that they're just like burning out on all of these like subtleties that needs to be kept up. That's kind of where I can't help but think that maybe everything is too generalized. Maybe you need more specialists so that everything doesn't get so fucked up. But then what do you know? They want to keep everything to one person. Why? Because it's cheaper. Cheaper, my ass. The people are the one who suffers. The person calling me was the doctor themselves, not even the telephonist. The telephonist. When I said I found it weird that I needed to wait for 3 months only to book the appointment, she just said, like, yeah, people have jobs so we can hardly reach them. Thus, we need this appointment to make the phone call to happen. I can explain it all to you, but it doesn't change anything to the system, with a tone that says, deal with it. And that will be the person helping me, isn't it? Oh my god. You know, I understand that they will be burned out. I understand that people in the medical sector will be burned out because they're overworked. 100% get it. I would give them a flower crown. I would give them massages if I had the money to do so. Heck, I would even like hire more people if I was a fucking millionaire. Just shove it at people. Like, get in there. Work. I'll pay you. Let's do a 10-year contract. And just have you work with this. We can do 5 if you're not sure. My goodness. At the end of the day, and I'm not going to go into politics, this is one of the rules I have on my channel, but at the end of the day, I know exactly why many nations are suffering from not enough money to handle certain things. Know very clearly why. But that doesn't mean that it's okay. And it's not as simple as saying that we don't need that, which takes all of our money. We don't need that. Like, no, in theory we do not. But sadly, we have to have it. Sadly, we have to have it. Otherwise, we're fucked. If you know, you know. If you know enough about the world situation and how everything is moving, you'll probably know what the biggest catalyst for, like, money drainers really are. It's not the rich people. Like, not inherently solely, but we do have a lot of like pew pews and pow pows and boom booms happening, and a lot of raising fists with yars going into it, saying that I'm a big boy and I'm gonna play, and if you don't play, I'm just gonna fuck you over. And then, of course, the ones who don't want to play, they're just going to have to, like, install all these security measures. And that, ching, 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 costs money. Each and every single nation that wants to be feeling a little bit safe needs network, social ties, and money to get that working. To put it very simply. Incredibly simply. Even oversimplification, might I add. Hydrate, yes, we haven't hydrated in a minute. Look at him go! Look at him go! We've come so far. It would help, though, when the rich people would help, yes. But they're far too bored to do anything about it. far too bored. Its mouth even goes like, whoa, wow, whoa, in the movements. Wow. If only we could attach like little sound bits to these animated emotes that we create. That would be so fun. I mean, you can make the sounds when you see them in chat. You know, that's probably just gonna happen by nature. And if anything, like these like little tiny emotions, whatnot, they just make me super happy. Now, Jelly was a rushed project. I think I spent like 2 or 3 days on it. No, I spent the last 2 days up until that one Elden Ring stream, and I was really scared that we wouldn't be able to have Jelly for that one stream, but we got it midstream. Interestingly enough. So, is this what we're working with? Yeah, that this is the thing. I need. Yeah, whoa. Hey. Let's see. We need a little bit of a color change on this. Maybe not as reddish, maybe more pinkish. Oh, oh no, Phil. And then for the tongue, also more pinkish, more purplish. Or would it matter more if it's blue? No. That's a good one. There we go. Redeem save, yes. Let's do the mouth here with the colors. And then we can save. Go back to the beginning. Get the tongue. The tongue. The tongue. The tango. And save. Oh, of course. Save. Oh, crack my spine. Ah! All right. That's the main colors at the very least. Majority of colors, and then I don't know, should I do anything with the stars? Should I refine the stars? If we pretend this is the dark Twitch background, should they just be left in a rough shape? Or do we actually... You like them like that? Yeah, because if I refine them too much, then they're definitely going to be losing their texture, as normally would. They're also not gonna look exactly the same. No, you know what? You know what? I agree. It's just meant to be sparkles and flicker anyway, so we don't need to make them super sparkly and spicy. Now, where do I have those? I have them up here. That means this one needs to be taken off. I need a layer that's connected and cluttered up, like correction layer. Yeah, I need... Would I want that? No, you know what? So many animation folders. We're just gonna continue. We're just gonna continue. Fuck it if I have 100 animation folders. Screw it. I don't care. What do we need for this? I need screen, maybe color dodge. Maybe glow dodge. Glow dodge. Let's see. Tuss. Highlight. And then I would need an airbrush for these. And these. And these. And these. And then for the next one, we don't have anything. But here we have these. And these. And these. And these. Wait. I wonder how this is gonna look at the very final. But let's just see. No, no, no! Up here. I kind of want to do the same for the, for these ones. For the glow sticks. I just need to verify. If it is doing it as intended. Roll it. Absolutely. Look at him go. I finished a background drawing yesterday with around 70 layers. You can't use too many layers. No. And I mentioned this like a little earlier that people who usually work in Photoshop have been like talking about how much of an issue it is that Photoshop has a cap on how many layers that they can use in one project. And for me, that's just mind-blowing. Like, why? How? Pika pika! Exactly. We're getting the pika pika vibes. So let's see. Where do we have... That's for that. These. I want... Oh, we We need to color this. Let's call it green. Let's make it green. Animation layer. Green. Make it green. Where are you, emptiness? There we go. Now we're gonna use the regular highlight, but we're gonna be going for... Wait. Gonna be going for the glow dodge. I probably have to use the... Yeah, I probably have to use... We can figure out which color would be better. But I think... Oh. Isn't this already? Yeah, it is. It is already set. What's happening here? What is this? What is this? What are you doing? Why was this working on the one up there when it's not working on this down here? Yeah, now it's working. But it's just gonna color it. It's just gonna color it in a color that I don't need. Because it's already so light. So it's not really going to... God damn it. What would I need? I think I know what I would need. I think I know. It's just how to obtain this. The bloody glow stick. It might be too vibrant off the get-go. That's probably what we're dealing with here. But it's not to the point where it's impossible to do anything with. I just need to figure out what do we do with these. Because that one worked. This is why everything needs to be on separate layers. Otherwise, it goes bad. Essentially what I'm after here is just a little bit of a, you know, blurry effect. So maybe what I'm looking for is not glow dodge, but just normal. Having the color of this. be more around instead to give the same effect. You go for an afterglow where the sticks, where the frame is before. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking of doing this. Laser beams. Where did it disappear to? Down here. Right here. And then for the next frame, we'll add in again. Take this color and do the same thing with just traveling along the lines. Make it look like it's actually giving a glow on a normal way. And then after we have this, we can go through the different layer effects and see if there's actually one that works perfectly. Bow, 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 bow. 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 Also, since this doesn't have to be perfect, it's just amazing. It's amazing for what it is. "2D animation helps me just settle in and work with what I'm given and the results of the different things that comes out of it. Much better and much easier compared to regular illustrations, compared to sitting and working on my comic, compared to writing even. For 2D animation, I actually feel like I have more of a patience to sit down and just let everything unfold, step by step. It's a very enjoyable process. Not knowing how everything is going to end, what the end result will be like, or if anybody's going to be not satisfied with it, because I can easily go in and actually change something instantly if I don't like it. Another little tidbit of mini lore for you. As much as singing was one of my initial go-tos that I really wanted to dig into, 2D animation was my second aspiration in my early childhood. I remember watching some of the Disney VHSs at the time, and one of them had like a behind the scenes of how you make certain things. And that to me was incredible. That to me was astonishing. To see how the characters that I loved so dearly came to life, paper by paper, essentially frame by frame. How they were flipping back and forth, erasing and drawing new lines was something that I was incredibly invested in. This is already looking really great. I'm loving the vibe of this little guy. Let's see if there's anything, any of the layers. Oh, lighten? Hello? Ah! That looks so good! Let's see if there's any of the other ones that's just as good. Lighten, so we know Lighten is a good one. Screen is another one. Screen is a little bit more vibrant. A little bit more vibrant. Oh, that's so good. Okay, I'm on team Screen right now. Let's see. What else do we have? No, that's too faded. Lighter color? No. Maybe? Maybe? Hold on. No, I'm still team Screen. I'm still team Screen. Yeah, I'm still on the Screen. Lighter color, and then there was Divide. No. And then yeah, okay. Screen it is. Screen is usually what you would do and use for highlighters. Even for these like party sparkles. I just try. No, if I do the screen for the party sparkles, it doesn't give the same thing. So that makes sense that it does on the glow dodge. But then what we can do for the glow dodge is that we can essentially leave that on a white. Could also put the red on. That's looking fun. It's gonna be a very, very in your face, in your face powerhouse emote. Do we want the guy, like the entire little guy, to be a little bit bigger? I would have to. He's going. So you can see that there's like a little extra room. That's gonna go away. That's gonna go away on export. So let me just see how he fares. Let me do the initial check and see how he fares without anything. Because if I have him here, light mode users, I'm gonna make the background light for a second. Hold on. Light mode users won't really see much of the special effects, so that's kind of a letdown, but it's still going to be somewhat cute enough on its own when it's being used. But it is an emote, an animated emote that is for darkness. It is 100% meant for you to be in dark mode on Twitch. So one of the things, who uses light mode anyway? I mean, there's plenty of people who uses it. Plenty of people who uses it. But it's the same way. Like if you're using light sticks in the daylight, you're not gonna get all the funky lights. You're not gonna get all the sprinkly sparkles. It's just gonna look very tame, very mute, and nothing else. And yes, light mode burns my eyeballs 100%. I cannot with it. When I'm looking over on the side where it's like super tiny, it really does come to light, and it's so easy to see. If I do this, for example, you can just see it's just like a bunch of glitter and glow sticks is like waving all around. And that's exactly what I want. If you're spamming this one, it's definitely going to fit into a whole like a whole like cheering party mode on whichever channel that you jump into. It's definitely gonna be like a cute little extra highlighter, and that's what I would want to throw around me as well. And he's just a happy little guy. He's just a happy little guy. He's such a happy little guy. So simple. It's like this one, but even more hype. Yeah, exactly. And that's just like, it's just simple, small things like that. And yes, even though the Twitch does not port over the initial frame, the initial frame is just gonna look like the first one. It's gonna look like this, without the like the tailwind of something else. But the first core frame is always going to be just that. So I'm gonna see if I can find a still frame that works really well. And I think this one would probably be the best one to have a still frame of on export. So we'll see. We'll see, because Twitch, on the Twitch side, when I upload the animated one, I can let it pick its own, or I can choose a stationary one. So I could export this one and just have that uploaded, so that the stationary version is my favorite still frame of the cheering. It's like, woo, yes. And it's expanded, it's going upwards. And we have like the speed lines too. That's a little bit of an extra information of what's actually going on. So there's like some good stuff. Let's see how this actually looks when the still frame is exported. If I export animation, I can do image sequence. BMP. No, just give me PNGs. Wait, I need to take off the dark background first. Export animation sequence. PNGs. Not under documents. Emotes by me. Under here. Select. Apply 2D camera effects. Yeah. Output frame. Entire canvas overflow. No, just output. And in 1080p. Drawing area. Export frames. Draft. It's not the jellyfish rave. It is blob chair. Let me see. How does this actually look on export? Hell yeah! Oh, there is a star that's a little bit... Oh, that's a little bit outside of frame. No. 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 Okay. We can do that. We can do that better. We can do better. We can do better. So it's essentially this little guy. So this little one down here is making a mess. So what I have to do up here on the different ones, let's do a soft eraser at around 40. And get rid of some of that extra. Let's see, even this one up here, we can do a 60. Maybe even 100? We can do 100. Bum 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 dum 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 bum 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 bum. The heck? Oh, that's right. It's this one. Okay. Bam 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 dum. Bam 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 dum bam 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 dum. Bam 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 dum bam 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 dum. Bam 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 dum. Need to be a little bit more careful with this one because it's sitting right on the edge. You can see the black line that's right here. That's where it's cutting it off. Could potentially... that means I would have to move this. There's nothing there. Which one of the stars is that? So it's this one, it's this one. It's these two plus this. Did that work? Did I fuck up the animation? Nope. Nope, I did not. I did not. I saved it. Hello, Kun! How goes the animating? And we're almost wrapping up. We're just putting some of the final touches to it. The whole bloppy is raving. Here you go. Take a look-see. Isn't he adorable? And even in like a super tiny version, if you go further out, you can just see that it's just gonna be like a little super glittery, happy, waving blob with glow sticks all over. He's so fucking adorable. He's making me happy just looking at him. Love it. It's perfect. Thank you. I honestly didn't know what I was going to do with the glow sticks because I could have done like the simple classic, very stagnating type of like a glow stick animation that I usually typically saw. But then as I was going with the glow sticks, like putting them in and getting keyframes for the movement, I tried out the, straight baton shape in the different points in the keyframe. But then on the other hand, I was just like, you know what? There is a trick that I remembered for both manga in terms of like action. When you're moving something in action, when you're doing still frames of like weapons or whatnot in still frames and panels and manga, you don't draw the weapon in a straight line. You don't draw it in its straight form. You bend it, you curve it to accentuate the movement that's happening. And I was just like, can I implement this in my little like thing here too? Can we make that work? And honestly, yes, it worked, and it made it so much more dynamic, so much more lively, and I just love that. And a simple bopping up and down for like that combination was all I needed. And I actually have a little blob that's alive now. I no longer have only a blob that gives out hearts. I now have one that's like absolutely cheering and having a fun little time. This is absolutely 100%. If I were to describe my vibes whenever I'm super hyper and excited about something, this is as close as it gets. This is the most perfect example I can give people when they're just like, like, what does it feel like to have those hyper moments? Well, let me explain. But let me explain by example. Because whenever I sit like in lurking channels, either in your channel, for example, whenever you're streaming or whenever you're talking about stuff, even on Discord, or somebody else on a different Discord chat and something is doing stuff, and they're having a jolly time and they're being super excited, and there's just like, there's never enough emotes to actually like combine and describe how I feel in that moment, being super excited and just wanting to jump up and down, throw sparkles everywhere, and have like pom-poms or like glow sticks being like, yes, 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 let's go, let's go, let's go. There's just never a great enough expression for it. And I always struggle because it comes out not sufficient enough. And to think that I have 2 rave type emotes now is crazy. Well, Jelly is a special location because my love for Elden Ring soars higher than a lot of other things at the moment. I don't want to quit that game. I'm 100 hours in, and I was stagnating for so long, not really willing to move on. And now in this new area where I'm very close to like a super giant city or citadel or whatever circular monument it could be. Someone even said like, are you close to endgame already? And I'm just like, endgame? No. If this is endgame, I don't want to be here. I'm gonna go away. I want to go have fun over in the death section, over in the wait, what is it called again? Over in the secondary finger spooter lands with death everywhere. I'm just gonna go have fun over there instead. I'm just gonna jump into that place. I'm not gonna go near the city. If the city is endgame, I'm not gonna go there. Opposite way. I don't want to end it. That's so stupid. I don't want to end it. I have too much fun coming back each and every single week. Don't you worry, there's plenty more Elden Ringing to be had. This game never ends. 100%. I already know that. I want to do an incantation one. 100%. 100%. Some of the things that I've gotten for incantations this time around has definitely had me go, oh, I need to go back. I need to redo my specs. Holy shit, I want this. I need this. I want to try this. Especially that like one blood. I think that blood incantation sorcery thingy. That looks absolutely fucking fire. I want to swing that around so bad. Oh, I want that. I need it. I need so much. But then I'm also like, after I'm done with the main run for Elden Ring here, I'm going to go straight into the DLC. And then after that, we're going to do Night Rain. I'm going to get that game so that we can get that up and going. Because I want to do that too. I want to have fun just like with chaos and other people. Just speed running through all the bosses. I want to do that. Being completely fucked over. Good lord, this DLC is so fucking good. Yes, also Night and Rainy, yes. I know Maggie has also been talking about it, which is one of the like pushing points. Like there's been a lot of pushing points for me to get through the main game of Elden Ring. And there's just like there's so much goodness to be had. Seeing you playing through Elden Ring and then the DLC last time, I don't remember much from the DLC because as a lot of the other playthroughs that I've sit through, I've just had it in the background while I was working. which is pretty common for me in a lot of cases. Unless something like extreme is happening in chat or I'm engaged in a specific kind of conversation, I'm very much vibing and having my own stuff doing in the background, which is so nice. I absolutely love this. It's one of the reasons why I love like watching streams in the first place. So, but I do remember, and holy shit, there is one guy. There is one guy, and he's never left my mind. And I remember distinctly that I was also commenting on him on your stream as well. And I think he might be from the DLC, so I think I'm safe. I don't think I'm gonna meet him in this run. I'm pretty sure. Describe that guy. Well, you see, he's clad in red and very much snaky. You know, exactly. Yes. And he's never left my mind. He has never left my mind. I know exactly who is sitting at the top, and I've not met one that's topping him yet. I've not met one I want to place higher up on my favorite list yet. But I am very much looking forward to everything that Elden Ring has to bring me, because there's got to be more. There's got to be more good stuff. I need more good stuff. So, I'm so deep in. I did not expect Elden Ring to catch me like this. But just vibing, running around, and dealing with the shit that's like being thrown in my face is, I don't know, it might sound odd if I say that it feels soothing. It feels like a relief. The kind of adventure that I can do in Elden Ring and be so calm and excited at the same time. Not stressed out. Not even when I get hurled over by mobs or whatnot. I rarely ever get mad at anything in Elden Ring. I think there's been like 2 instances where I've actually complained. And the first one wasn't even that bad. I was just a little bit scared that it was like the camera thingy. But the first only time I really like, I had a full-on rage moment. that was when I ran into, the second NPC, scripted NPC invasion area, because it was sitting right on top of a grace, and I was just like, you have got to be fucking kidding me that you're placing an NPC invasion area scripted on a fucking grace game. Please. What the fuck are you doing? I got so pissed. I was so pissed for a good hot second, but you know what? It also triggered my stubbornness. I was so triggered. The stubbornness in me forced me to go back and get that grace. I did not care 2 shits about that little fucking guy. I wanted my grace. I wanted to sit down, and I got my grace, and I got to sit down. I won. Oh, no, yeah. The NPC invasion on the round table, that was a shocker for me. But it didn't take me long to actually understand that it was supposed to be part of the storyline, because I probably fucked up somewhere. I probably did something that created that event. I think, was it Jamie that mentioned something along the lines that if you do something of a specific nature or pick certain choices, then you'll end up having that round table invasion. That guy that usually just stands in his pose in that one area, like, he gets activated and very aggressive at one point, and I don't remember why. But I was very surprised to learn that he was the guy that I learned that one pose from. The one and only pose that I have. And all of a sudden he wants to fucking chop my head off? Hello? What the fuck? Stop it. But I love it. It took me quite a few tries, but I stuck to leveling a bit more and getting a little bit more beefy, and then I went back. I think, was it after I got the balls? I think it was after I got the balls. Then I went back and I actually beat the shit out of him. And I won. So, like, lots of good challenges, because whenever I am too good for a place, I immediately go somewhere else. And being like, yeah, I'm gonna come back if there's, like, you know, ever a need for me to come back, because I'm too good for this place. I don't have enough of a challenge. I need a challenge. Give me a big boss or a mob or a monster or something that I can't just beat within 2 or 3 times. Give me something that's gonna fucking roll me over and beat the shit out of me. I like having that challenge. I really do enjoy that it's not easy. So immediately I know for a fact that I'm going to enjoy some of the other Souls games. Bloodborne, for example, 100% gonna jump into them. 100%. I need those challenges. I am addicted to those challenges. I love them. So yeah. It gets boring if it's too easy. I was like, yes, me. I keep saying I consider Elden Ring a cozy game in many ways. Yeah, I know, and I understand exactly why. It doesn't look like your classic typical cozy game, but there is something so soul-soothing about just wandering around in that game. Just exploring. Like, and I've talked about this on the Elden Ring streams too. The way that Elden Ring brings me comfort and soothing my soul is on an entirely separate and different plane altogether compared to walking around in Genshin, for example. Genshin is pretty, mind you. It's very pretty. There's lots of places you can go. But there is something very inherently entirely different and so much better for me as an experience to just like wandering around in Elden Ring. There's just something that's I cannot. Not even Guild Wars does this to me. But Guild Wars is the only one that comes close. 100% the only one that comes close. The world is just crafted so beautifully and intricately. Yeah, and there's fucking treasures and secrets everywhere. I love it. Aside from the fact when I keep my nose in the ground like I'm a fucking pig, like sniffling for truffles or something, and be like, look up. Like, God damn it, lift your head, look up. Yeah, but there's this over there. I need to keep eyes on the ground. Look up. God damn it. Gamers don't look up. I don't look up enough, and that's something I keep seeing when I go back in my replays, and I'm just like, God damn it, Minnie. God damn it. God damn it. I can't even get a good screen cap. I get like for thumbnailing sometimes because I don't look up. I will be like scouting through 4 to 5 hours, sometimes 6 hours of footage, and there's like 0 shit to give. Nothing of interest because I am just stuck in the ground. And I'm just like, why? Why do I do this? It's absolutely hilarious, but Thursdays are absolutely by far my favorite. And I cannot wait. My whole entire week is like surrounded by these Elden Ring Thursdays. And I think I'm just gonna let Thursday be a Souls game day. I think that's been established at this point. So, once I'm done with the basic game, DLC, Night Rain, and then we jump into the Bloodborne. And I would love to see if I can actually go from the first game and then up, even though some people might actually be going through the others. I don't have a PS4 or 5. That's the only thing that's like that's sad. I don't have it, and even if I did, I don't really have the setup to actually port or like screen capture it. I would need a little screen capture, that little thingy. But yeah, no, I do not. Bloodborne is only PS4, PS5. That's something I can write on my wishlist then. Maybe I should just throw that on Throne then. God damn it. But it's good to know. Because yeah, they're probably not gonna consider porting over Bloodborne on in any of the cases. God, I wish they would. But it's an entire series that I would love to get through. I think the only PS I had in one instance was, what was that? Was that a PS2 I had for my Final Fantasy 12? And then once it got on PC and my PS2 died, I never renewed consoles. I'd be so tempted to get it for the PS4, but I'm huffing too much copium and still believe in a Steam release. Ah! I know. I know. I know. The sadness be real. Let me just make sure these stars. Which frame was it again? Was it 4? No. No. I might have to shrink everything a little bit. Not that I want to, but to avoid that we go in and fiddle too much with everything. Holy shit, I've got so many animation folders. Holy wabbity bob. You see nothing. Oh, shit. Shit. I didn't want to squish. Keep the aspect ratio. Yes, thank you. One more. Okay. Seat. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Okay, you're good. You're fine. Do we have everything in? Let's check the export here. Animation, image sequence, PNG, 1080. And then, yes. Let me look at the folder, creative, emotes, by me, animation. Does anything look out of place? Does anything look cut off? These first ones need to go. First batch. Second one. Anything cut off? No. No, we're good. Right. So that means export. GIF. It would have to be a GIF. But it's probably gonna be so scrunchy. Also, I need the background off first. It's probably gonna be so scrunchy. Because that's what happens with GIFs. GIFs be scrunchy. GIFs be stupid. Dithering? What the fuck is dithering? I don't know. Make background transparent 100%. Do I know what I'm doing? I don't know. I would love to stream Bloodborne 2 at some point. One day. It'll come to PC for sure. We're allowed to dream. We're so allowed to dream. One Christmas, maybe even 10 years from now. I don't care. I would happily jump back in to play Bloodborne even if I'm at the age of 60. I would not give two shits. I would revive my stream alias and everything at the age of 60, 70, 80 if it means I get to play Bloodborne on PC and stream it. Let's see. Where do I have it? Where is it? The GIF. No, it looks stupid. I hate the fucking GIFs. It looks stupid. It took all the fancy effects and just made them. The fuck do I need to do? How does one do this? How does one fucking export this shit and keep all the effects? Special export? No. Animation cells? OpenTune scene file? Movie? Web? APNG? I don't think APNG is gonna cut it. Color reduction? Delete blank spaces? Does this work on Discord? Does this work on Discord? Guys, I'm gonna abuse you for a second. It does fucking work. No, it doesn't. Doesn't fucking work. It works on the preview, but it doesn't work anywhere else. What the fuck is this? The fuck is this? Would it work if I do the... Oh, where is it again? GIF converter. Free convert. Should I export it as a movie? No, if I do that, I can't keep the transparent background. If I toss you in here. Output. GIF. Yes. Done. Not gonna show me? Download. Did you work? No, you fucking didn't. No, you fucking didn't, you piece of shit. Is that just something that I have missed? But it looks so cute with all the extra fanciness on it. CSP export transparent GIF with fancy glow. How to export transparent GIF? I know that. I know how to make a GIF. That's not my issue. That's not my question. Fucking AI, read my question and give me good solutions. Not shitty ones. Isn't this why we have AI in the search system now? To answer all of our questions. Transparent background for animation. Yes. So I have a transparent GIF to export. Is to export it as an APNG animated sticker and then convert the inputted APNGs to GIF, like a easy GIF. Okay. Manage. No. Concept. Animated PNG. Didn't I just delete it? I think I just deleted it. Might have just deleted it. I did just delete it. Animation. APNG. Yes? Yes. And then convert to GIF. No, it still does it. Little shit. The fuck? So you're just telling me I can't have the funky fancy thingy. That's just what you're telling me. You're telling me I can't have the special effects? No. No. In that case, these colors definitely have to be, they have to be they would have to be darkened. No, they would just have to have, let's see, this and this and this. What? Why? Why can you not do that? Why is this an issue for you? It didn't used to be an issue for you? It's not an issue down here. So why is it an issue up here? Oh, because it's through. Now it works. Screen? 50? Or maybe glow dodge? Still want the colors. Maybe... let's see. Luminosity. I need to spike up. Oh, just bleach my eyeballs for a second. The pump, the light, the glow sticks are good enough as is, because they're vibrant enough. I could tune up the blue a little bit, but the glow sticks are fine enough as is. I just need the stars to be more vibrant. I'll turn up this, maybe turn down this. If I can pump it up all the way. It's not giving the same oomph. It's not giving the same oomph. Not the same oomph. And I need the oomph. I want the oomph. The oomph is good. The oomph is nice. Maybe they need to be darker, more vibrant, and then we add on the glow dodge. I don't know. It's giving more oomph, but it's not bright enough. It's not bright enough. If I do this. Wait, where? Huh? Why do I have... Did I color on the wrong layer? Maybe I did. No. It's fine. It's fine. But I want this kind of like neon brightness. Can I not have this neon brightness? What if I do this? No. Minnie is absolutely not happy. Posterization level correction. It's looking better, but it's... Wait. Maybe. Maybe? Is this doubling up be better? Yes? What about a triple? I don't care if I need 100. Ah! That's all it took. All right. Okay. So we have what the game, or not the game, we have what the program wants us to do. Now, are you going to give me, because I'm not going to give up, I'm not going to go to bed or raid out before I have what I need. And I want to see it actually be good. Can we please? Can you please? It's scrunchy. I don't give a fuck. It looks better. Okay. I need to remember this. I need to remember this. This is a lesson learned. For GIFs, that needs to be exported. Also, did I export it in the right one? Yes. 5060 by 5060. Yeah. Twitch is gonna like that. Twitch is gonna love that. We're just gonna send it off immediately. Because otherwise it's gonna take it like forever and ever to even be activated and done. What do I need again? Where do I go in? Where is this? Viewer rewards? Emotes? Yes. Yes. Also, I wonder. I wonder one thing. I wonder if it's going to allow... Oh no, it has that too. Holy shit. Wait a second. I need the image sequence. God damn it. 1080. Export it. Okay, the still frame still looks cute. The still frame that's going to end up as the emote over on the Discord site is still looking hella cute. Open up. Sesame. Emotes. By me. GIF. Hell yeah! Upload custom thumbnail instead. Yes, please. And get the one with the blue pom-poms. The blue pomma. I say pom-poms, it's not pom-poms. And we're gonna just call it Cheer. Otherwise his name is gonna be too long. Heck yeah. I'm still happy. I'm still satisfied. Upload it. Look at him go! And I'm gonna put it up on Discord immediately while I still remember. Server settings. Emoji. Upload. Creative. Emotes. By me. Is it the... it's the GIF. It's the GIF, right? It's the GIF, right? Yeah, it's the GIF. It should be the GIF. Here we go! Look at him go! Look at him go! Look at him go! Hell yeah! And I'll also share it in Conshed, just so Kanye can see what it looks like. Kanye get privileges just because I'm in your Discord too. There you go. So, this is where my third animation adventure is going to end for the day. It is 1 minute to midnight, effectively. So we've been going for 6 hours. Is that right? Is that right? Is that right? Is that right? Have we been going for 6 hours? I've been animating for 6 hours. This took me 6 hours to do. From fully start to finish, before having anything at all. From concept to actually export. 6.5 minutes. Yes. It's pretty decent. Pretty decent. There's also like a lot more to this one than there was on the jelly version, so I'm absolutely not mad. Let's see who is still alive at this point. Is anyone still awake? Crazy is still awake, is he? He is! Alright, I'm gonna send you straight over. You won't have the fantastic cheer emote for this one, but use whichever emotes that you like in order to share the happiness and enjoyment. Crazy has also just kickstarted the charity for Samaritans today, which Gary has also been on, and Gary crushed his goal. It was absolutely fantastic to see. So, we're gonna continue. Jump on over and share the good vibes for the rest of the evening. And I will say thank you so much to everybody who stopped by in chat. Even if you were just a lurker and you didn't say anything, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for just vibing. And I hope you enjoyed the creation of another emote. And I will most likely continue on this journey of creating emotes on my art streams. So, look forward to the next one next week. But for tomorrow, we're going to jump straight back into Elden Ring, and I am, Oh, I am 100% just, I'm ready. I'm going to be dreaming of just riding around Elden Ring tonight. I am 100% going to enjoy every last bit because I cannot jump into it. I learned my lesson. I did it once. I cannot jump into Elden Ring midweek just for grinding because I'll end up somewhere I'm not supposed to be, and then you guys won't actually be there with me to actually celebrate and have fun laughing at me or with me. Or just experiencing me getting fucked over by something I didn't foresee. So I'm done exploring on my own. I'm gonna just stick to stream. But that's what we're gonna do tomorrow, and then we're gonna continue the visual novel on Friday. Make sure you are subscribed if you want to join over on the Discord side. And for everything else, just make sure you're following me on the different socials and on here on the platform. So yeah. I'll send you over. Thank you so much for hanging out today. It was amazing having you over. As for the raid message, mini raid, and whatever emote you fancy, you don't have to worry a single bit by which emotes that you're using. Just spread the good vibes. And have an amazing rest of your day. Happy Wednesday, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.